Good morning. It is Monday. I am down to Crypto TA, your host, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move. We held up really well over the weekend, I must say. We kept fighting our little level here around that 1024. But we did manage to get back above it. We put in a higher low here and now a higher high. So we're looking pretty good. It looks like we might be coming into some resistance here. We hit that 105. That was another big thing there. Got the liquidity from the 105. Got a little slight reaction there and at first, but a little doji and continued this little move up. So you can see we're starting to stall out a little bit right in here. Next target up for me, I'll be looking at 108 and 110. Those some strong interest zones there for the market, 108, 110. Let's see. Let's draw a fib on this and just kind of see. I think we're somewhere around where we were the last time. Maybe not. I don't think we took out that low. So I'm gonna drop this here instead. Somewhere here. Okay, so just a little bit of a golden pocket tap. If you're drawing the fib from this peak here, at 111, 229, 78 down to our low here, then we're just coming to the golden pocket. So we can see why we're starting to stall just a little bit. You also have the prior lows in here as well. That could act as a little bit of resistance in here. But overall, we're looking pretty good. We are in the bullish control zone right now for this 4-hour time frame, which is absolutely amazing. So just hold on. We're looking pretty decent here, and that's our 4-hour time frame. Daily looks pretty nice in here as well. Just so we can see things a little bit clearer. So yeah, like I said, around that 108 to 110. You see, we got the dynamic cloud here around 109. If we do start to push in through here, get past this resistance. I don't expect for it to be easy for us to just blast through here. But if we do, hey, all is well for anyone who's long on Bitty. Anyone who's long on Bitcoin. Weekly time frame. It's a nice, decent weekly close with the wick up at the bottom. So can appreciate that. The volume ended really well, so a lot of activity as we were expecting. As we were saying throughout the week last week, we could see that the volume was rising here, looking really good. A lot of interest in here around that $100,000 level. We are still going to keep our eyes on the lower targets. We don't want to, forget those just because we are getting a bounce. So we do want to, remain attentive to the targets such as the 97.5, the 95,000. We still want to keep those things on our radar as we are looking up. Okay, because one thing we could do is we could come into those the targets I've mentioned, those two around that 108 and that 110 reject and then go down there. So that's something that can happen. So we're just going to keep that in mind as we push forward. It looks really nice here on the monthly time frame as well. So far, so good. So far, so good. All right. It's just a 1-hour time frame, just showing the same thing that we were looking at before. We are above the dynamic cloud here on the 1-hour time frame. I think it was looking just as good here on the 15-minute time frame. So good that we can't even see it. How about that? We can't even see it. The weekend was lovely for sure. Something that I was you can see how we back tested here. When we got the RSI break here. We got the RSI break here. Well, first of all, we had the support level in here. So where we tapped in and bounced away, tapped in again, had a slight little deviation here. We reclaimed above there, and that was a good entry for anyone who didn't get in prior. That was a really good entry here. and then we ended up breaking above what could have been resistance in here, which didn't hold as resistance per se. And then we came back and we back tested that trend line there, and that's all we did over the weekend was just hold the line, hold the line. So we're looking good in here. I do need to adjust these lines now. I'll leave the bottom one in here, but I do need to adjust the second line that we have in here now. So you can see how that works on the RSI. Some guidance. I think we probably did the same thing here on the 4-hour time frame, as I recall looking at this as well. How we held in here, and then we talked about getting some bullish divergence. It's rather exaggerated in my opinion, but we did talk about the fact that we did get it, and then we talked about a potential sweep here, which we did not do the sweep, which is lovely, just the same, because we did put in that little bit of bullish divergence here. We also had the bull dip on the daily time frame also that we looked at, so that's great. So you can see the break here. So again, if you were someone who weren't in a position, you could have used this strategy here, which is something that we were looking at here on the RSI for an entry. So reclaim, well, a break above our downsloping trend line in here on the RSI gave us some pretty decent confirmation in here on the move up. And it looks like we're going to be putting in some bull dips going through here. We should likely be able to get us to that 108, 110. Let me see if I had anything in here contrary here for, okay, so you can see we broke in here on our daily as well. But we talked about our bull dip in here also. So we had the bullish divergence in here. It's very, very, it's not the most visible bull dip, but it's there. And that also lets us know that on our first move up, we will put in some bearish divergence unless we get like some sort of a God candle to the upside. We're going to end up putting in some bearish divergence in that first move up. That's why I'm saying we do still need to keep the idea of that 97.5 and that 95, on our radar. We still need to keep that in mind. All right. We're not even above the 50 in here just yet for the daily time frame. So we're in neutral on the daily, but nonetheless, we did break that trend line, and that's great. And let's see here. Let's see if I had anything in here. I did, but we're not there yet. Okay, so that was it in here. This could be a pretty decent week, though. This week can give us, a little bit more for sure. We just have to see if that's just going to be that 108 to 110 or what it wants to give. But we're still locking and loading in here. So I like that. I am loving it. Maybe we'll do this 1 hour. Watch on this 1 hour today instead. So now I'm gonna just move this line right here. It's really not a good place for me to put it, to be honest with you. I'll set this like that. It really isn't. Do it like that. Yeah. So whatever we had in here, it looks like we're putting in a little bullish divergence in here now. We got pretty steamy here on the RSI here for this time frame. So that's about it. Look and see if we break down and if we come into here about at 50%. So revert here on the RSI. I want to see if we bounce away from there. If not, we could end up back down here into relative weakness. I'm just chopping around here, this golden pocket. It's Monday. I don't need to have it open until we start to move down anyway. Let's take a look here at Ethereum. All right. That looks exactly like Bitcoin. Looks exactly like Bitcoin. not really much in here to discuss. It is reclaiming this range in here, so that's nice to see it doing that, reclaiming that range. But really, there's nothing. That was, a second. It gave multiple times to get in here, as we were observing this right here as place of interest. Let me just turn off the background. Actually, I'm gonna have to turn it back on. I got so much noise on here. Um, I really don't have to have these two lines in here. Well, take that back. Let me just hide it. I know that I was looking at some volume with that. Um, levels in here held pretty well. I just wanted to change this. Maybe I can take some noise off and we can look back at it. We can look at it like this. All right, so this is where we had the volume node at in here. Well, actually, the volume was going across here, but we talked about the fact of the liquidity being taken there. And then this was our support level, and that's what we tapped into with, I think it was our 50 here on the Ethereum chart. And on the Solana, we ran to the 618, so the golden pocket for Solana. Let's see if there was anything else in here I notated that was of relevance so far. It's a nice little breakup right there. Made an update to this indicator. I just want to put that one on instead. B6. Basically just refined the candles. Took some stuff out of there that I wasn't using. Yeah, that was a nice little break right there. Nice little squeeze in here as well. It looks like it's already giving back though. Really isn't anything for me to start to put in some bear deals if it were to keep trying to push up in here. Yeah. It's giving that back right now. It's above the 200 EMA here on the 1 hour time frame, which is great. See that we do want to hold around these highs in here. If Ethereum gets a pullback in here, that's what we want to see price hold at, around these highs in here, and that'll keep it above. Keep it above this moving average here. And it's just going to be our 60 EMA right here. Still looks fine here. Let me check. Yeah, still looks fine here. Like I said, it looks exactly like Bitcoin. And so you do want to watch just in case it does make one more attempt to the upside. It might put in a bear div trying to make that move up there, and then they probably drop us back down a little bit right here on Ethereum. And let me just see on a fiat basis what that's looking like. Same energy, golden pocket. Yeah. So potential bear div coming into play here for the 1 hour time frame. Look here at the 4. This was not the easiest break to the upside here for ETH, but nonetheless it put it in. I just realized I probably could have left that other one that I had in here for Bitcoin, because sometimes they will come back down and treat it like a back test of the breakout zone. I don't think I changed it for all of them. So I will just leave this one. Do it like that. Check back once we start to move down a little bit. All right, Solana looks really nice right here. You can basically see, and let me change this one too because it's going to irritate me. And you can see how when I zoom in like this, how everything starts to disappear. Yeah, I fixed the candle, color to keep that from happening. So you can see now, you don't get that disappearing. I mean, 164.60, you want to see that hold. You can see how we were testing that through here. And we managed to get above it. If we do lose that, then I guess we would start to look back down here towards the 158.66. But right now, Sol looks pretty decent here on this 1 hour time frame. We do have this trend line through here, and I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, like that. So yeah, we want to see it hold. Want to see it hold there. Let me just check and make sure my line is decent. Want to see it hold here if it does come back down. Okay, so on the 4 hour, we are hitting resistance, which was also the previous, which was also the 60, the 20 SMA. Did I update this one? I didn't. Which was the 20 SMA for the monthly time frame at one point, also with the low in here. So a nice recovery above that is going to be good for Solana. I can't say that we're about to do that just yet, but that would be a nice reclaim. If Sol could do that, that would be great. Just back up here into this golden pocket right here. That is still achievable, even though we're hitting resistance here at the low. And this is one of the reasons why I draw the lines on my RSI, because as far as I know, I'm the only person who have mine tailored like this, with these additional signals on it. So you can see that if I didn't have these on, it would have matched up with it. Either way it goes, it would have been like that. So this would have been my yellow signal in here. And do it like without this so everybody else can follow along with it. You can see the blue one will be the line going up across here. It's like your main one, like on the standard RSI with the SMA signal. It would be like this. Mine isn't the SMA, but that's what it would be. Like that. MACD looks pretty decent in here. If it holds, it just got that flip, confirmation of MACD crossing above the signal line here. Slow, so I tend to color code it to get faster signals, but Sol is okay. Check out Tether, because Tether is really important. On Friday we were looking at Tether inside this range here, and it put in a little triangle formation, got a breakout, and then it didn't get too far, just back into our resistance here, and now we're back into a level of support that can be support for USDT dominance. So we're going to watch that. As I'm saying, with that 108 110, if Bitcoin is going to make that move, it doesn't require it to push too much further. So this looks like it would measure to that point here for USDT dominance as well, which is where we can see the rejection on Bitcoin. If not in here, if not around this range low in here, just coming back down here into this trend line right here, that could match up with 108 for Bitcoin, or 110, probably more like 108 here for Bitcoin. And if USDT dominance holds in here, then it might make another attempt back up here. But so far, I don't have any bearish reads here on USDT dominance just yet, at least not until it starts to break momentum, and it's not breaking momentum just yet. So it's exactly what I said the other day when we were sitting here watching it. Yeah, it hasn't broken momentum. So we have to see it at least break momentum and start to, then we can say, Bitcoin probably take off that 97.5, 95 off the table for the moment. We'll be looking for prices to go much higher. But as of right now, this still looks good as of right now. Yeah, still looks fine. What else we got going on in here? Meta pre-market, I have it set up to show after hours price action in here. So we're sitting up here at 634 at the moment, looking pretty decent. Meta needs to get back above, I believe I'm looking at about it's either 640 or 650. Let me just delete some of this stuff in here. 640 or 650. But that was one of the targets that we were looking for in here, 600 here on Meta. But right now, gap up looks pretty decent. I actually like this 15-minute time frame. So if we do come back down, I would be looking to see if we will hold somewhere within here, We have this line and where we have this cloud at. Just move through a little bit. Just see. Yeah, so we're looking at the 600 here. Okay, so 650, not 640. We want to be back above 650. We want to be back above 650. Still left a little bit of this gap open down here, which is fine by me. This week is going to be a good week for Meta. I'm claiming it because I'm in my Meta position. I'm in my Meta long. All right. Now, I weren't showing you Google beforehand, but I did take a look at Google yesterday. Got some unusual activity happening. Possible push to the upside towards this 335, just based on what I was seeing from some whale activity. You could see prices up here about 335. This is set for after hours as well. So a nice little hold down here around 275. So be looking up here, and if they do send it back down, I'm looking where I have this little scribble at. This could be a point of support for Alphabet, but right now I am looking for something up here. I'm not in a Google position. I just looked at it yesterday, so I'm not in a Google position. But like I said, there is some unusual whale activity that would pin price up here around this 335. So bear that in mind. Stocks, the stonks. Let's see. All right, so gold finally did break above this trend line in here. We had this little wedgie structure here. We got the breakdown and we kept banging our heads on it. So now gold is finally up above this line here. And just extend this one out a little bit, just in case this decides it wants to act as some sort of a barrier. You can always turn your moving averages on as well. I just kept it simple trend line, crap like that. I could sworn I had. Okay, it's not. The gold is looking pretty good. I know I'm looking for a move up here, just around where this pivot is right here. I'm looking for a move up here and then possible rejection back down. We'll see if that's going to happen. I have it on the daily time frame. I do believe this one right here. Remember, on Friday, I was looking at a entry that was in here, and I said that if we lost that, I really wasn't feeling good about the second one, which this was the second entry right here, which is the one that it actually bounced off of, which I didn't take it in. This was the first idea here. Was this one? And you can see how it broke through that one and came down for the second one that I had pinned that was down here at the 180. So I put a little X on here. I did post it. That one failed. The first one failed. And so the second one is the one that absolutely murdered it. Looking forward to move back up here to 200. If it does more than 200, great. 210 will be the next target in here, and then possibly back up here. But I know that these are the 4 interest points based on the data that I'm picking up. Those are the 4 interest points. So. And this one is about to be filled, I suppose. We're already back here at the 195. already, get through the 195, then make that full target up here to the 200. So nothing has changed as far as I can see with these 4 pinpoints that I've been showing. So that's that for NVIDIA. And Robinhood, I took the Robinhood position. I posted on it. I said 125 to 120 was going to be a down target here for Robinhood. I actually put in my limit order for 125. It gave a little bit more. It didn't hit that 120. Great. We're coming into the resistance in here now, which is 136. I had this down slightly a little bit lower right here. I had it right here, but I moved it when I tweeted on it on Friday. I moved it up here. So we're coming into that now, which is around 136. We get through the 136. I start to look back up here towards the 155. Um, Otherwise, I have not opened this up yet, but it will be something that I'll be looking for. It could take about 2 months for this to play out for me to see a 100 in here, but I did have some targets in here to the upside for Robinhood. Like I said, 130. Okay, so I said 136. We're coming into that, but since I guess Delta, whatever, they tend to work off of fives and zeros. Gamma and delta, they tend to use those type of numbers right there. So I did it like such. So 135 would be a target, 145 and 150 to the upside, and then maybe that 155 as well. But I would definitely say like 150 if we're not going to take out this little pivot right here and look for rejection. But so far I'm in the money on Hood, following my entry here at 125. But I was so banking on that 122. At 120. Wonderful earnings. I think this week is going to be great for the market. I really do. I hope so. But this was a potential target here as well for the you know, head and shoulders potentially was what I was looking at in here. So let's see. Might still get that 120. This is circle, which I am drowning in circle. If we could get this breakout, that'd be great. But I don't think that they're going to push circle up too far. Maybe 115 to 120 for circle. I denied the fact that this could have been a head and shoulders. I honestly did. I denied the fact. I saw it and I said, nah, that's not it. That's not it. But it seems like that's it. So they might take it up, you know, 115 to probably 120. They might do something like that and then drop it down and finish out this move. I know that there's interest here to the upside to about 120, and there's interest to the downside down here around 80, 88, 88, 80,000. So that would fulfill, the measure move to the downside if that is the case for anybody that's in circle. I should have measured this out anyway, and I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I got stuck in the fact. Like I told you, sometimes I get caught up in my emotions of being in a position, and so a lot of times when I talk about things, it's because I'm not in them and I have zero bias. I had a bias here. And because I had that bias, I didn't take into account that this, might actually play out as the head and shoulders and potentially push prices down here. So that is my fault. That is so on me. All right. So like I said, to the upside, maybe 115, maybe 120, maybe rejection back down to your lower end somewhere around. We'll just say 85 or 80. We'll just do it like that, 85 to 80 to the downside here for circle. It's going to be your 2 points, well, 4 points of interest here for circle. I don't think that there was anything else. Oh yeah. Netflix. Netflix, because I told you that Netflix looks pretty decent in here. In my opinion, I was just loving, the the channel here that Netflix have been respecting. It kept banging its head up against this one. It's 1102 here. Pre-market, it is above it. Hopefully, it can hold above that. If it holds that, then I'd be looking for it to get back up here, probably into this 1144 here. And then if it can break that, then I'll be looking for it to push up a little bit higher in here. But so far, I think Netflix looks pretty decent. There's not a lot of, just yeah, it's not a lot of bad mouthing for me for this. Maybe if it breaks down out of this channel, then I'd be looking for it to come back and back test the highs in here with the golden pocket. But yeah, I knew that it kept hammering away here. Anytime something keeps forcing itself up and hammering, it's trying to break it. So the idea is that they want to drop this price up. They want to push Netty up. Yeah, and my one long position I took on it was an exit here. But it looks like I said after I got out, I said it still looks pretty good in my opinion. I like the Netflix chart. Let's see if it can hold here and can't get that push up. And that was this was the initial idea here. It's taken a while for it to sort of start to play out here. What I said I was looking for here on gold when we're looking at it on the 4-hour time frame. It's holding the dynamic cloud, holding the standard deviation one on the BBs, and holding the 200 off the 4 hours. So gold has been holding. It's just been a slow grind trying to get up here, but that's a nice little break right there from this point here. That's it's a nice little break. And then possibly that. And then if it rejects, then I'll be looking for prices to get down into here. So this is the same outlook that I have for gold. If that's not the case, then gold just continues to the upside. You have to remap everything. Some upside targets, but looks pretty good. Looks rather good. All right, let's go back over here and check out Bitcoin. Um, Coin is another one I need to go take a look at. I was reading someone was posting and just saying how bears were deep in the money on coin. Our puts were deep in the money on coin, so could actually be looking for a move up. I haven't looked at the chart. So nothing special there so far. We're still just chilling. Still just chilling. Green across the board here, with the exception of Dash. And I did put out a Dash setup on Saturday. On Saturday, I think that was the only thing that I actually posted on for Saturday. Take a look at that. It's down 9.3%. It looks like the one target that I did put in was the only target that manifested for Dash, which is why I gave 4 targets. This is Zen Horizon privacy sector. Want to see it continue to try to hold this 786 here. Volume is still pretty petty in here right now. If it doesn't hold the 786, and I would start to look. I think I was looking at. I think I was looking right in here. That's the lowest point right in here. I was just looking at these few times in here. Also the order block here, but not coming below here. So if I put that right there, then you can see here how this is, acted as something. There's also this point in here, but I don't really, I don't know. I'll put it here. If it drops in and loses to 786, and I'd be looking in here. I wouldn't want to take an entry here. You do want to see a reclaim. You do want to see a reclaim. And not really get interested in the idea of assuming that you'll get a bounce from here, but just let it reclaim, which is the same thing that um, I stated for Dash over the weekend. You want to see it reclaim in critical area, important area, versus just assuming you're just gonna hold it. And I'll leave this one here just in case price does get a bounce up and come back up here and back test somewhere in there for Horizon. Doesn't look too sweet right now. It's a 4-hour time frame. Let me turn all the rest of the noise off so I can see it clearly. Yeah, so you can see it's rejecting across here. I can adjust this now to look like that, but yeah, it's been rejected every time it comes up in here. Don't really see a low point in here. Just want to wait for it to break up above here. So yeah, I wouldn't be trying to jump in and try to catch the low on this one. I mean, that's up to you. But if it's losing to 786, I do want to see it showing interest back around that 786. Because otherwise, if it's losing that and then it comes down here and it breaks here, then it's just continuation of momentum not being there for with this continuous decline through here on this RSI. You see if this one was hitting anything. Yeah, you can stick with that one. That's potential support level. You're into that one. This is what I was looking at here on Dash over the weekend when I posted on. I kind of figured that it would do something like that, where it would, come in a little bit lower first, then come back up over the 618. So my thing was to wait for it start to show some respect here. It actually was at the S1 that price got to break above the S1. And that's what it had not been doing. And then my first target was just for 91. It did come back up here and tap this low. I think it tapped this low fully, which was also a previous week low. No, I didn't tap it fully. But the target in here was for 91. 91 got hit. So my instructions were, if it was going to continue up, then you want to see it to respect the stay in the trap. It did not stay in the trap at all. It rejected from there and it came back down, but I had some additional targets in here. The first two I knew were possible could possibly get hit, and only the first one got hit. So those had higher probability, which is why it stops out right here as well. It had a higher probability of holding there. If it does drop, then I'll be looking down here at the 786. That's also going to give this previous high over here, potential support there. I wouldn't be interested in it below here. It did close terribly on the weekly and the monthly time frame, just terribly. Yeah, so that's just not. I mean, it's hard to find interest in something that does that. And that's terrible. Then you look at it on the monthly time frame. Still got plenty of time for it to try to recover in here. Um, yeah, I just don't know that I would care much about it beyond that. In fact, let me just draw a line on this because that looks kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't see the appeal. I don't see the appeal with it potentially closing like that. Guess I have that to check back in on Dash. To see how Zcash went. We're looking at um, this here. It did break it, reject back inside of it. And then, of course, the momentum broke here, but then it got to bounce off the golden pocket. I was actually looking for the potential of it coming back down here towards this 786. Over the weekend, that didn't happen. It just bounced away from there because I think I had, yeah. So I was looking for the potential somewhere down in here. Look for it to hold the 786, and then if it reclaimed the daily, then that would have been an entry for me to want to get in on this. But it didn't do it. It ended up bouncing from the 786 instead. So that's what I was watching there. For volume has been, crappy here. Just retail money trying to play around with it. I left this in here just in case it decided to come back and back test it as a rejection point. And then sometimes it will crawl up one of these, crawl up the trend line and just keep banging up against it before it breaks again. So it could potentially come back into this trend line here, this longer one. And it could act as resistance, putting in a lower high here on Zcash with some bear div. That could be a thing for it too. I'm not saying that Zcash in any way is bearish. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that a actual correction could come in for the volatility range is this where you see the blue at the top and the blue at the bottom. It has an open mouth of volatility that can swing it from here all the way down here if it wanted to. If the right money decides I'm taking profit, it would swing it down here because that's what the volatility looks like. In fact, let me just put it on the Bollinger Bands and see if anything's changed there. It's the 4 hour. Okay, so it has tightened down since then, um, from where it was down here. So it has tightened down since then. Yeah. So on Saturday, I was hoping that it would come down here to standard deviation 2 with the 786, but instead it did the standard deviation 1 with the golden pocket and pushed off because it was coming back down towards the standard deviation 2 on each one of the swing points. It was hitting that, which is why I was looking for it to get down here on Saturday, but it just didn't happen. Let me see it on the daily. Yeah, just staying in the trap. So it's still in the trap on the daily. I don't think I really zoomed out on the daily to see that it was going to stay in the trap. I probably wouldn't have taken it anyway, not from there. So still strong on the daily time frame. So yeah, no reason to fade it per se. Not as long as it's trading in the trap. I guess you just keep looking for a drop into the SD1 and then a break back to SD2 or a break outside of it. As long as it's staying in here, momentum is moving in harmony. Yeah, price action is moving in harmony with momentum in here. So yeah, we'll see if it gets back up here. If it wants to reject, and then like I said, it may just continue to stay in the trap. It's been in here for a minute now. See the 26. Yeah, it's been in here for several days. Still trading in a trap, so turn that one off. Yeah. RSI still extremely high. Potential for a mean reversion on the daily. Potential for a mean reversion. But outside of that, it's not even leaving relative strength at all. It's not even going into neutral. Period. So yeah, just stand in the trap. That's it. Mm. Put it back on the floor. Staying in the trap here, I mean, would be how the momentum shifted up again. If I have to draw one one more line here on Zcash. So in the trap, looking at it from the 4 hour time frame, it would be this line right here. It would be this one because each time it's gonna just keep rising. The trap is, I mean, the breaking point is just gonna keep rising until it starts to break one of these and lose momentum. So far, you can see we haven't broken any momentum to the downside, with the exception of this one right here. This was the only one. Let me make sure that was correct. Let's look at it from the daily, right? Yeah, so that is correct. So that would be that one. Which would be back to standard deviation 2, something like that. So if it gets a move down to there, it's probably another buy from here, another higher low. And I mean, yeah, is that the first time that it could potentially? No, but another higher low. That won't really matter unless it drops down into here. It does that, then we finally be starting to change change of break of structure actually. Lower high, lower low here on the 4 hour time frame, which I doubt that. So probably another bounce from here for Zcash if it gets down to here. See if it breaks this momentum, then that's a telltale of some sort of weakness in it with this petty volume. But it's just Monday. It's just Monday. You can see it right here. This attempted push up. That was the other thing we said too on Friday when we plotted out this line right here on the RSI. That this was the highest? Hold on, no, this one's different. Okay, yeah. So swing failure. Yeah, swing failure. I was thinking that this was the one that I did a flat line on, but it's not. So that would just be a swing failure on here. So a good little rejection for anybody that were bold enough to short this. I still don't think that I would have did it. Even if I saw that, I still don't think that I would have did it. But that was it's a good rejection. Dang, she'll put in the bear deal if it tries to come up here. We'll see. Zcash. Bitcoin still just chilling. Ethereum still chilling. Solana still chilling. USDT dominant still chilling. Everything's just chilling right now. Everything with the exception of gold is not chilling. I think most people who are not in Zcash are salty. I might be a little salty. I don't know. I'm not in it, but I might be a little salty on it. Let's see what else is happening in the market. Let me just work my way up through some things. Oh no, was that resistance weekly? Oh, okay, that's a weekly resistance point too. I didn't pay attention to that, but it is a weekly resistance point. How about that? How about that? A weekly resistance point. I think I had just mapped this out on, maybe I already had it mapped out. I can tell if I look at it like that. I must have just had mapped it out on Friday or something. Or did I already map this out? This is the older chart, so this one might have already been mapped out. And that's what that is, a weekly resistance point. And this is I think this is a monthly level that I had looked at or something. That's good to know. Should probably label all of this. Brett. No, can't be looking at Brett. Take a look at XRP. Okay, XRP. Coming into one of our resistance points here, which is a weekly level at 260 here for XRP. With the petty volume. Yeah, I'll likely look for a rejection if it does push up into 260, but so far that looks pretty good. I said petty volume, but it is creeping up a little bit there. Can go for a faster break, probably there. But otherwise, this looks good. Let's see. 4 hour, that looks good. I need to turn it. Hold on. Where's that? Yes, it's going to be the moment of truth for it. Was that green? Yeah, it was. It's going to be the moment of truth for it. Just really getting past there. But if it rejects here around, probably could reject around this 260 though, and then break back below here. Wouldn't look for it to looking forward to hold these highs in here. If that were to happen, it might be a little bit too steep. But we're looking for potential rejection around here, back down below, break up, and then possibly come back down in here. See if something like that happens. Reminds me of Zcash. Mm. Mm, I don't really see a place to really plot anything on this chart. Not really. It's not giving me anything, really. So I don't have anything. See if that matches up with the golden pocket at least. I don't really see. Mm-mm. I don't see a reason to really look at this. Yeah, I have. I'm not really. I guess not until it actually comes back here. Maybe it comes back here and back test this trend line back here. I don't really see anything with Kronos to be. Mm, maybe that. I guess it's at a holding point. Suppose it is. Looks like it might be at a holding point. So I guess the breakout to happen if it's gonna happen back at the momentum line here and maybe push it back up here for Crow. I really don't see anything interesting on this chart. See the squeeze on it, which is something that's just not playing out just yet. So back above here, we'll put bottom pressure on it and send it up. So above 15,677. Aside from that, I didn't really see anything. Let me see EMAs. Yeah, above 15,677. Would definitely put a squeeze on it to possibly send it back up here for back test. Sweet. Already at the resistance point here for the weekly at 219,877. If it does push up any higher, I mean, this is a lot simpler. It has a trend, trend line up there. It's already broken up from this little momentum break here. Um, Maybe back up here and around this 262 for Sui. I got filled on that Sui dip. I realized that I had a buy order, limit buy set there for 195. Limit buy. do have another one set for here, but this one did get filled. Should go take a look at that. This one already broke, so I'm not going to really put any emphasis on this. This is probably where my yeah, it broke and back tested on that already. So maybe it pushes up into that, and I'm just going to drop one more here on Suey. Possible points of resistance. So be a RSI 45.70 going. So that will relatively put price here at the 245. So RSI around 45. Somewhere between that 45. So it's 41 now. So 45, maybe 50 would put it right here about 245. Still trying to work on how to get that to actually, yeah, not 245, maybe 250 here for Suey. Must have two BNB charts. I'm not seeing. I have to have another BNB chart somewhere. This isn't showing my BNB data. Might. This isn't the one. Let's see that I have a second chart. Hmm. This just doesn't look like the chart that I was watching though. Even though I have information on here, this just doesn't look like the chart. I have to find the correct chart, but whatever it is, it's already dropped back into this, but this just wasn't the chart that I was looking at. I had some different analysis. I don't even see my rank. See these. This isn't it though. This isn't my chart. Oh, that's always stuck on this one. No, this isn't my chart. I know that I was watching this as a potential target to the downside, but I don't know what the analysis went to for it. And then it got the swing, take a liquidity from the top side here, and then it broke it down and it hit the target exactly in here. Now it's back testing the level at which it got the breakdown right in here. But aside from this, I'm not seeing where I had some points of interest in here. It wasn't based on this golden pocket tab either, but I'm not seeing it. Um, so I don't know. But whatever this portion in here was, this is played out. Um, anyway, never seen volume look like this before. Or it's just sideways. See how flat that is? I've never seen volume look like that before. What is happening here? Oh, Coin X. I don't even know how this is ending up on here. Oh, this is versus Bitcoin. Not bad. Nothing's changed with ADA. Looks like it's just sitting in the same spot. I'm pretty sure it looks a little bit different, probably on the 4 hour time frame or something like that, but nothing. Nothing's changed from the last time we looked at it, which was on Friday. I just pulled out just extended the weekly level towards the right side so we could see that it was bouncing directly off of that 488, 4888. I mean, it's about to come into resistance. If it gets past this momentum line in here, that's probably going to be a good break for it. Likely had a squeeze on, could have had a squeeze on. This is a 50 retracement or something. Let me see. Yeah, about coming into the 50. Yeah, probably just look for the move up here in the 62. If it gets in here to 62, probably a rejection to take place there. That would actually put it above. Um, so just back at the 20 days SMA. 20 days SMA. He still has the ability to wick through that 20-day SMA, maybe even wick up here, like I said, at 62.53. But I'll be looking forward to reject somewhere right around where it is now. Um, Yeah, at best, back testing here. These two are converging, so at best, back test somewhere around here, 65, something like that. Anyway, the market is kind of boring. It's kind of boring. It's making me boring. Bitcoin's still chilling. I guess we're gonna stay like this until market opens, but it's still kind of chilling a little bit in here. So wouldn't be looking for too much. The daily, I could just work off. Yeah, that'd probably be it. Somewhere back up here around that 20, 62.15, somewhere in there. And if it does wick through, I'll be looking for a rejection off of the wick, kind of like how it wicks through here off of this. Yeah, it does a little bit more than that, but I don't see it doing too much. It doesn't look mm, interesting. It doesn't look interesting. It's a beautiful trend regression. There's a nice trend regression. Hmm. That looks fire. Did I look at this the last time? That looks fire. Let me put in a bear div though. Yeah, it's gonna put in a bear div. I just wanted to acknowledge that that looks really good. The following wedge here on the RSI for Cardano, but it will put in a bear div on the first move up. Then I would look for some bullish divergence off of this um, for that following wedge to play out. Yep, bear div first, and then a possible break. Um, possible Yeah, it looks like it wants to go higher, but it would potentially put in a bear div first, come back down, put in some bullish divergence, and then start to get a nice pump out of ADA. It's not a bad looking chart. It's slow compared to some of the other stuff in here. Volume isn't necessarily there, but ADA seems to have volatility spikes, if anything. Actually, it's capitulation. What was that? Yeah, capitulation spikes. So between there, here around these lows up into here for a potential rejection. If it breaks out of here, then that's going to be a go. I say bear div, bull div, and then a strong push out here for ADA. It doesn't have my interest, but should I say for ADA? Nothing changed on hype. Looks exactly like it did the other day. It looks weak. Whatever move it puts into the upside, it's looking for a squeeze to break down to the downside. That's what that is. Looks like a little bear flag right here too. Yeah, this is likely going to see another move to the downside. Yep. At least on your daily. Looks like it gets another move to the downside. This is rising in here. Bollinger Band is rising in here as well. It's holding this 200 in here, but it does look like it gets another little break to the downside. First, I do see the potential for this, whatever this is, this head and shoulder situation. I don't like head and shoulders at the top side of a chart. I just don't. Maybe you don't consider this to be the top side of a chart. Maybe it's not. I don't want to gaslight it. So I'll just say if it does happen, what that will look like. And I'm going to do it without that wick. I can take it from here. I'm just going to do it from here. Just give it a couple of days. And that's just taking out this high over here. If that were to be the case. See if there's any difference between that and this. Not much of a difference between that and this. So yeah, I guess if it does manage to break, um, push higher, you usually do go from a falling wedge to an inverse head and shoulders on the back test for this pattern. Usually go from a falling wedge to an inverse. So that's the potential to look for to the upside on hyperliquid. I still see this as something that's looking for another push, another leg to the downside. It doesn't have to be a lot. It doesn't actually tell you how far down it would go. It's just hitting the 20 SMA right now where it's sitting at. So it breaks through here. Um, and if it gets back up to standard deviation 1, you can see where, I'm sorry, 2, you can see where that was at here on the Bollinger. That would put price at 48. If it's breaking this, then it will put price at 48.90. We'll put it back here. If the squeeze on it right now that it's showing, the potential rise here from the low, if that plays out, then you probably be looking back towards the 36. And it may not tap it all the way, but that's what that would imply if you do the Bollinger strategy on it. If you were just looking at that, because this is where price is now, just hitting the 20 SMA, and if it does push up, then that would be here at 48.90. But if what I'm seeing here from this rise, if it does shoot price back and down, and it may only just do the standard deviation too, so it's somewhere between that 39 and 36. 39 and 36. I would omit the standard deviation 1 to the upside, and I would just look for a target up here at 48. But it does imply that it would do some sort of a little small move back down, just like right here. It didn't do a lot on this move down, but it implied that it was going to get another little push to the downside, just like right in there. So this low is still rising. So I can almost bank on that move down. But it's a daily chart too, so whether it's today or tomorrow or, whatever it takes for it to happen, it is implying that it pushes back down first. Just checking back over here on Bitcoin, still just holding the weekly level here at 105.912. So just still chopping about on top of that. It's popping in and out between 70 and 60. Popping in and out between 70 and 60 at the moment. stir. Mm. Doesn't look like it's going to have a successful squeeze, but the Bollinger Bands are pretty tight here on this daily time frame. It would be a weak low if it did push to the downside. It probably just bounced right back off of this golden pocket level right here. You could already see right here when it did get a push down. It had a weak low, and that was a good entry point. It put in a little bit of an exaggerated bullish divergence right here. Zero type of expansion. So, I mean, it doesn't look bad. I mean, it can go either way. It doesn't have a definitive read here right now. More likely, um, just, yeah, just rangy. I would definitely consider entering if it does. Hopefully, it just doesn't blast through here. If you see any sort of closure above that 113, 114, yeah, it looks like, yeah, it looks pretty good. It's just been capping out right here at that SD1. It will probably start to be a little bit too late, but yeah, 122. Yeah, that could easily break out. I wanted it here off of this 786, but apparently that's not going to happen. It's a pipe dream there. Hmm, I don't think I have anything on that. No, I don't. Yeah, if you can get it back here, that's a good entry. Again, if it comes back down into here, that would be a good entry to this golden pocket. Otherwise, I'm be looking for a breakout above here, and that's where it's getting stopped out at. above 117. $136. It's nothing lining up with that, but definitely if it breaks here, then it breaks outside of the range that it's been holding inside of too. Just need to see a break of that, and not seeing that, then probably get it back down here at this low. Maybe a sweep of liquidity here from this low here, and then it comes back up and it manages to break out. But that looks pretty good for Astra. It's already swept here. So yeah, if it fails to break out above that 116.92, or just yeah, if it fails to break out there, then it potentially comes in and sweeps the liquidity off the low to fuel the move up. But that would be a good entry if it comes back into here and then breaks out. It's a coiling range. I don't think any of this stuff really makes a difference until we start to get to market open. Not really. All of it has potential to drop back below its 200 EMA. And let me make sure that is set on the 200. Okay, yeah, set on the 200. All of it still has potential to drop back below the 200 EMA. I guess you look for something like this, how it's doing now, how it's breaking above the 200 EMA. A break back below it and a retest on it to see if it was some genuine momentum. If it breaks back above it, then great. If it doesn't, then potentially roll back down again. But Right now, the momentum is still rising in here with some bear dips coming up on it. If it does continue to push, potential bear dips anyway. It does represent weak highs in here. Not really seeing an expansion, but it is widening up a little bit in here for a bit more volatility to the upside. Bear dips on volume, potential bear dip coming in on the RSI. So yeah, I mean, you can tell that this isn't going to be a full flip right here, meaning numerical fashion out of the EMAs, which just means, just a little bit of extra volatility coming in to drive prices up. No full flip, like no full flip in here. It comes back down below this 200. And like I said, potentially back test it and reject. On the daily. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're definitely going to see that rejection and a pushback down. Look at my baby. Look at my baby. My little lady. Just needs to finish this out. Did a back test on this 200 right in here. Still got one more. I want to see flip in here. You can never really tell what it's doing unless you have more ribbons in here, but this is good enough for me. Right here. Once the 60 is above there, I'm good with that. This looks pretty nice in here. As far as candle structure goes, this looks pretty good for Litecoin. Let me see, make sure I'm not being biased. Everything is basically around the golden pocket to 786 right now. Okay. That's what we want to hold. That's probably what a mean was at. It's probably volume. It doesn't, you can't see volume on Litecoin. So that's what that error message is. It doesn't show you volume. Oh, it's in the trap. It's in the trap. So I really want to hold there. I don't really want to. I mean, you can hold here too, around the 20 SMA. But as long as it stays in the trap, this looks great. Probably will see a little bit of resistance up in here though. Closer it gets to the golden pocket. And hopefully we don't do this right here again. But if we do, then I would want to see it hold this 98. I want to see it hold here because it has some nice momentum from here. So if it's not doing that, then yeah, it could do a mean reversion. Well, to the mean revert here on the 4 hour time frame. But it's in the trap right now, and that's pretty nice. Wish I had looked at this over the weekend. I did not look at Litecoin over the weekend because I'm just spot on Litecoin. I'm just spot. Just to take my bias out of it, it does indicate that it does come back down some. So we'll see what that ends up looking like for it. This has to be like the I don't know which one is this. No, this isn't the one. So this must be right here must be like where the this one. It's above here. It's actually right here. It's a little bit closer. This would be the reversion here on the RSI though. Would be here. So you want to see it hold any sort of mean reversion, mean revert here on the RSI, but you'd be below the 20 SMA here if that were to happen. It's in the trap right now, so that looks good if it does come back. Personally, I want to see it hold the 20 SMA over anything, but I could just see it a lot clearer. Like too much noise, too much noise. Yeah, with that 200, it's gonna be the same as this right here. And that looks good. This low right here was about where the 20 SMA was coming in at here. See Litecoin versus Bitcoin. So it's at resistance against Bitcoin at the moment. This still looks good. I'm telling you, this still looks good right here. And we're just tapping that cloud. Oh my gosh. We're just tapping this cloud. It's been a long time coming. Stash. It's been a long time coming. This is what Zcash looked like. Again, what Zcash looked like as it rolled underneath this cloud forever. Forever. Rolled underneath this cloud. And finally, got the acceptance back into it. That's my point here with Litecoin. That's my point here. Long time coming. Hi, Mel B. Okay, so I see that the Coin King has been sitting here conversating with you, and he just let me know that you were in here because he knows that I be trying to talk and I don't be paying attention to chat. I'm so happy to see you, Mel B. MMT. MMT. What is that? MMT. MMT. Binance, I'm assuming. I'm gonna click on the Binance. This is brand new. Mhm. A whole lot to speculate off of this. I certainly don't want to pull data from a 15-minute chart. putting in bull dips on this 1 hour relative weakness. Mel, tell me you're not in this. Oh boy. I don't like it. It has some potential to get a little small bounce in here, but I really don't like it. Um, I don't see anything that stands out. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly don't see anything for this. I don't have anything for it. I see nothing, nothing whatsoever. Momentum is not good at all. I mean, you could look for a break above that trend line there, potentially push prices up a little bit. It looks like it will get some sort of a bounce, but that's about it. Like it doesn't look, I mean, momentum looks crappy. Momentum looks really crappy, and all it's done is just bleed out on the momentum front. Yeah, bullish divergence does suggest that it would get some sort of a bounce on it, but nothing would say to me, I want to buy this. Nothing at all. What you laughing at, Mel? I'm trying. I'm really trying to find a reason for this thing. Um, yeah, I mean, momentum is just steadily grinding out. Even with the bullish divergence on it, it's not. It's still very weak on momentum. Even with the bull dips, it's still very weak. Yeah, yeah, and I probably wouldn't touch it until it started to show some sort of strength, and it really just doesn't seem to get there. Doesn't seem to get there, and it's definitely getting worse and worse. Even with this little bit of bullish divergence, it's just worse and worse. Like yikes. Mm-mm. No. This is awful. I'm moving past this chart, Mel. This is awful. This is awful. MMT. Yikes. All right, I'm going to jump back into Bitcoin real quick here. See what we're looking like on Biddy. I did just get an alert on Dash. I think I was watching it. It was this 1 hour alert went off on it because we started to break. We started breaking, holding in the break right here. So that alert went off. Momentum starting to pick up as it dropped back down here into this golden pocket. I don't even think I put it over here. I was saying Dash alert went off, and that was because it broke the trend line here on the RSI. So momentum is trying to pick back up in here. Just want to be cautious of any sort of bear dips it could potentially put in as it's trying to get this little push up here. Can always move off the trend line from the actual price action as well. Just in case this first driver is a bear dip on it. But if it holds, now we'll start to look at target 2, which is 107. Target 2. And 107 will be target 2. Bitcoin, nothing. Still holding. Depending on what this is trying to do, this could be problematic, but we already discussed that already in here for Bitcoin. Ethereum, everything else is going to have the same vibes. There's nothing different in there. Big rejection here off of Meta. Big rejection. $6.35. Yep, big rejection. We never really tapped into the 600. I don't even know if it's still a big thing, but I mean, yeah, it has to be above 650. See, gold still pushing, so it's pretty decent here. See if anything else has changed. Nothing. Just meta so far. It was 195. Well, 194.90 is what it hit. Circle with the rejection. It didn't even make it up here. Still got plenty of time for today. Netflix already starting to retrace a little bit. Yeah, everything but gold. Everything but gold. Tether still holding in here. Let me see what Bitcoin dominance is looking like. This looks this on this monthly for Bitcoin dominance. This right here can be bullish for dominance, bullish for Bitcoin dominance. I would note that this looks really bullish for Bitcoin dominance. So far, we've just been back testing at 50, but this right here, this could end up being bullish, even if it drops all the way down here first. I mean, who wouldn't love that? But then it flips around and rallies up. This could be really strong. It's still trending down right now, so it hasn't even flattened out. So, but I mean, that could be a strong indication of dominance getting ready to make a one hell of a move to the upside. Let's see us on a weekly. suppose as long as dominance continues to hold here, you can see it's not really retracing below that 50 period. It's just slightly below it right now, 49. But as long as it continues to hold in here around this 59.69, it's still some good. It's been only uptrending, as it continues to hold the 50 retracement here, the mean revert here on the daily time frame, as opposed to over here when it stayed underneath it. It's trying to stay above it here. If it loses 59.69, then we could potentially look for it to come back down here to around 58. 58.40. Like it might have had like a exaggerated bear div right there. But this is still holding. It needs to fall off from that 59.69. Which makes me want to see how DOT is doing. So last time we looked at DOT, it was facing, so on the daily, on the weekly. Yeah, it was here on the weekly time frame. So nothing has really changed in here on DOT. It's bandwidth 1. So nothing has really changed here either. Just rejecting off of VWAP bandwidth 1. It's terrible. AVAX came back to the accumulation zone. Well, at least it is bouncing away from that. So I guess if anybody was still in AVAX, then that would have been the spot to jump back in, just back at where it's been accumulating and bouncing from. So that's what I would be looking for. Looking for a move back up here to $21 here, 21.22, and then from there I'll be looking for it to come back up here to the place that it was continuously rejecting from prior. Just back, staying inside the range, just a range play until it breaks out, like it did here. But that seems to have been a good place to get back in on it and just look for that. And those have been the three most interesting places. Not really so much stopping out in here. Back test that time, but yeah, that's what I would be looking for. Just back here in the 21. If it breaks 21, I'd be looking for it to get back up here to the range high. Breaks the range high, and I will look for it to do exactly what it did before. AX. So buy on the daily. Looks like some sort of little inverse head and shoulders, but whatever it does, it's gonna put in a bear dip here on the daily time frame. It's the second one. Suppose you can say that's the second one. With the confirmed neckline break, possibly, probably do it from there to here. 21.92, something like that. Just taking out that high. If this is an inverse head and shoulder, so it would be the second one. Let's see how this one did. I suppose if you classify this as one, probably looking down at a lower time frame, probably did. So let's just back into these lows. something like that. Like 2 points of interest. You can't see my, oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, just talking about AVAX. It had a, potentially this was an inverse head and shoulders here, and then it looks like this might be a bigger inverse head and shoulder. It hasn't even made the measure move here on this first one here, which would just put price back above this little point here. And then the second one, if it plays out, would put price up here, just above this weekly region here, which is what I was saying. Like, if you're somebody who's really into AVAX, back down here into the accumulation zone is all it did on that retracement, just back to where it had previously been bouncing from. So you just, I would continue to play the range until the range actually breaks again, like it broke over here. So just back to these lows in here for this bounce. I was looking at it potentially rejecting back here around this 2165, but if, I mean, taking out this little point right here would be great. That would be the measure move or whatever, from that 4 hour, as we could see. I would consider it, from that 4 hour. Potential larger inverse head and shoulder. But chances of getting back here look high, at least back into here if you're playing the range on it. It will put in a bear deal first, so maybe it plays out this first one right here, this smaller one right here into that 19, gets a bit of a rejection. Well, actually I have to close above that. I have to get up above that because it's already showing like potential bearish vibes in here. I don't think you could go wrong with this range unless it does what ICP did, um, which had a breakdown from the accumulation range, and then a little rally that it did get. And that's between 26 and 27 to the upside. Which here you can see it's barely tapping. Well, it's tapping, but could potentially reject it. I'm just gonna take these off the chart now that I've actually marked it out. Wondering if ICP actually broke that level. No, it didn't. And likely because of how I drew mine out, it probably rejected exactly. Let me see, weekly. No, it would have still broke it. But I did highlight that on Friday. How it rejected from this zone right here, like twice before, 3 maybe. I think that was it for the ICP. Looks like momentum did shift. And here it did. So a little correction, then potential continuation here for ICP. Apparently, we have this mark that as the next point of interest. If it does, retrace and then finally break out of here, get past this point, and I'd be looking at about 1557, somewhere in there, maybe a little bit above that for next point of resistance. I think it definitely topped right about in here locally. These lows in here. I sold my ICP at a loss. I couldn't sit in it after it lost that accumulation level. When I could see that, I just went ahead and took the L on it, which, I guess there's no right or wrong answer to that. And I think that might have been hitting. No, it didn't. It didn't hit it. It didn't hit anything up there. And on the daily. Nope. Not even on the daily. Yeah. Little correction. It looks pretty good over here on the daily time frame. Little correction and then potential continuation. Break out of the range in here. Pass here. Say past 11. Say past 12 and 16. And then maybe 26. Something like that. I will not be buying again. I know that much. And this will take forever to play out. Forever. Oh, actually, let me use this one. See how many weeks it took on this. It took 189 days, 27 bars, 27 weeks. It's a long time. Bitcoin's still chilling. Still chilling. Nothing to do here. We just more than likely wait on market open before we see any sort of, I don't know, maybe false move Monday, whatever. Oh, CME. Let me check CME. Let's see if I put that in here. Little gap right here. That would be quite shallow. Ethereum's gap. Solana doesn't have one. How about that? No gap on Solana. Interesting. Last time I checked, I didn't have anything for no gap on Sol. Eighth gap in Bitcoin. Bitcoin gap. This is supposed to be like the CME gap for Ethereum. I mean, I'm sorry, for Bitcoin would be like this, and then the one for Ethereum. I don't like this indicator now. That just looks all kinds of ridiculous. It's not mine. Let's see if I can spot it off the 15-minute time frame. Let's see, in the 15-minute Friday. This is what CME would be. A back test of the breakout. That would take care of CME here on Bitcoin's chart. That makes sense. Let me see what it would have been for Ethereum. 1245. I highlighted the zone a little bit different just because it's like this candle right here. It's this one right here. That's 1245. That's what we closed at Friday. So I just highlighted this one. So just back testing the highs here, right here, where you can see this gap right here, this fair value gap. So the inefficiency is here. Yep. So just come in, pick up any orders that got left behind right here that are interested in getting long, and maybe it bounces away. And that's 34.72, 34.47, something like that, just to fill in the inefficiency at least anyway for Ethereum. And since Sol didn't have one, there's nothing to do on Solana's chart. And this keeps us above, yeah, this keeps us on the upside of the monthly level coming into here. It doesn't put us below it because it's somewhere around this 102. Yeah, it's right here. So that monthly pivot is here. So that's good. So another higher low and continuation potentially. I think that's what I said beforehand too. Just looking at the momentum right there. I think that's what it was. So we're all good with Biddy. I think we're all good with Biddy. Golden pocket. If you weren't in and we come back and we at least respect this right here, I mean, this would not be a clear invalidation, just, so invalidation, this would not be a good invalidation. It would just be a stop. And if we're speculating on price getting up here to 108, possibly even 110, I'm just going to go with that 108. That would be a good risk reward. Be risking one to make six. Ideally, we'd be looking for it to come back up here, which is, like I said, 110. Which is what we have neutral. Um, Neutral gamma between at 108 and 110 both. I think you have more calls at 110. Speaking of, let me see what liquidations is looking like. Actually got more calls at 108 and 110, so more calls have been coming in at 108. Beforehand, it was a slight edge on puts, but calls have crept up a little bit more in that price target. Liquidation. About 107.5 here. This is where we are with the liquidity here is where the golden pocket 786 in between, just in between that. That's here. Also where the gap is sitting at. I spent some money on these. I don't even know if I like it just yet. And I don't even know. I know that they warned me about not sharing specific data. At least the one called Big Short doesn't allow me to share certain stuff. So kind of, at least it's one metric that tells me I can't share. Or they would cancel my subscription. I don't like it anyway. I want to lose the money that I spent on it, but I don't like it anyway. It doesn't really give me any insight outside of what I'm looking at. I'm just looking at the chart, to be honest. I got it because I wanted to get dark pool data. I don't like it. Period. I can't resize the charts. I can't, do what I would do on trading. I can't, and I don't like it. Everything on here reads kind of late. I can read the technicals a lot faster. Not being on it, I don't. Yeah, I just came for a specific reason. I just wanted to try it out to see. Thank goodness that it's a discount like the you know, first 2 months, and then I can just cancel the subscription and not get charged the crazy price they want for it. They charge like over $1,000 for this little thing, and it I don't see the benefit in it. I just don't. I can go get Market Cipher, which I don't need that either. But yeah, I just wanted to get hidden data, and I'm not getting anything. Maybe I signed up for the wrong thing. I think I looked at I don't know. I thought I looked at Cheddar Flow or something. I don't know. I just say it's garbage as I rant. Because back on Bitcoin chart as I rant about this thing here. So I spent some money on this thing, and then I spent some money on. I actually like bar chart, but even that, ugh, it's definitely cheaper. And they're giving a 30-day free trial, so I have time to decide if I want to cancel before getting charged on that one. But the other one, you have to, they just discount it. They didn't actually give it free. They discount it. I see nothing useful about it. I actually don't want I don't want it to pump first. Everything's getting a little slight uptick, including Meta, Netflix, and all that other stuff too, where it was starting to come down a little bit. Gold is tapping that level. Looking to see if it gets to break out. Nvidia, where it had tapped there and started to retrace, is okay. Slightly rejecting. Cool. It did recover a little bit though. It did hit 136. See. All right, so um, I think that's it. I don't really see anything aside from that. You have the level to look for here on a retrace and to fill in the gap. Be looking for price to hold the golden pocket. If it doesn't hold the golden pocket, you can see it also will be breaking momentum to the downside. I would not be interested in getting in at the 786, although that can be, where price could find itself bouncing from. I would still want to see it reclaim here because once you break momentum, you've broken it. You want to see strength start to come back in. So I would sit on my hands if I was somebody who wasn't in a long and looking to get long. I would sit on my hands until I saw price come back up and reclaim. something like that, or maybe even SFP. That would be a good place as well. But yeah, a retracement, this would be a good entry in my opinion. You do want to see it respect the level and not just, I mean, you know how to manage your risk. That would be it for me. I'm hoping that it retraces first and then it gets to push up. Just seems to make more sense in my opinion. But if it does push up first, and the only reason why I want it to pull back before it pushes up is because I don't want price to get here, reject, and then all of a sudden the fear of prices dropping lower comes into the table. I don't think that there was really a lot. Yeah, beyond 110, probably. Let's see if I can get back to where I was. It's kind of. See. Because I don't know how to navigate this thing just yet. Let me pull update. Mm-hmm. No, the ETF is net positive.
Yeah.
Looking for somewhere in between 49 and 51 on the ETF. I'm looking at grayscales. Like I said, I would share it, but I don't know how they feel about it just yet. I gotta make sure I read the fine print. It's supposed to be the expected move. downside, all I know is above here, uh, more likely net long. This is what I kept saying last week as well. Just as long as we were above here, net long above here, that's above that 5. We start to come back down below that, which, we're keeping the 97.5 to 95 as an open option to the downside. So if price does happen to do that, because, don't know, just right now it looks good. But if it just so happens to drop back below here, then I expect the selling pressure to kick back in. As long as we're above here, I expect for prices to continue to try to squeeze up. Like I said, maybe 108, maybe 110, something like that. Um, so only if we're below here do we need to really have any sort of concerns. I don't even want to revisit it. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. God. We did have momentum break here on the daily. So I don't see a reason that we would need to pull back that low. We haven't broken this, but we did break momentum. Like I said, that would be about 110. Be like 110. I don't know if we get a godly candle like that today, but that would be about 110. And it's a squeeze above, which is what we got. When we're above this, they'll squeeze the prices up. They'll be net long as long as we're above here. Be net short, we start coming back below it. So looks good. Just filling that little gap if they're gonna do it. Back in here. Ethereum. For ETH, um, honestly, Ethereum needs to be back above here. And this is a pretty solid start. Again, just coming back into this range is a pretty solid start. But it really, really needs to be back above this 39 here. And if it can just, I think that was, let me see that. Mm, in order to fill in the gap, it would have to drop back below here though to fill in the gap. It has to be above there. I guess if it does retrace, want to make sure it holds above the 33.54 here. That's um, that's below the gap, but just saying overall, if it did pull back, it would be great to actually see it hold here as support if it came in that much, versus coming back down here into this bounce area in here. No lower than this on any sort of correction on Ethereum. Let's see what changed on that. 36.89, 36.88, 75. And we'll be getting back above here. Nothing's really changed. A little fluctuation here in the moving averages, but that's to be expected. They move, they move, but nothing's really changed. I just wouldn't want to see it drop back below that 60 and come back in here. Wouldn't make sense to me. Should be able to back test this and hold that support at this point if that happens. If it's not getting above here or not getting back above here, that's the least it can do. It doesn't really look too, doesn't look as good as Bitcoin, I would have to say. It doesn't look as good as Bitcoin to me. It's moving pretty much like Bitcoin is, but it doesn't look as good because it really needs to get above here. It has to move higher versus what Bitcoin has to do right now. Yeah. Like Soul's gonna have a rough time getting back inside this range, which is what it would need to do. Get back above and back inside this range, get above all of this right here, what was previously holding that, which looks a lot like Solana in terms of the ribbons, still basically the same. We got that. Yeah, they said we'll be above that. Yeah, this is where it was previously holding. It will need to get back above there though. Come back inside this range to be relevant in my opinion. Otherwise, yeah, any sort of retracement back down, I would want to see it hold here. 618. If it did, it's not even pushing inside the range just yet. Well, just slightly here on the daily, recovering back into this range, but lagging behind Ethereum, of course. It might manage to do that 188.91. That looks like that's just back here where it broke down. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. If it wicks through, then it'll tap that. But otherwise, needs to really reclaim inside the range first to even talk about anything else. 68.79. I don't see anything. It's kind of boring. Just ranging. How many hours have we been in here? 12. The 12th hour is about to come to an end in 21 minutes. Just in the same spot. 12 hours. Twelve hours. In here. We are just putting in bear dibs in here. This would likely be the max 107. If it does happen to break outside this range that it's been sitting in, this would probably be the max. I can see the resistance sitting right here. There is resistance right here at this point right here also, um, which I can see. That is here, and then this is the next point of resistance in here if it did decide it was going to push up. But you can see it off of the RSI as well. It would meet up. Probably this would match here. So we'll probably get like some sort of a swing fail outside of this outside the RSI trend line here, where it breaks up above it and then it breaks back down below it. That's what I would be looking for, something like, if we did see it break out of here, to look for some sort of a roll back down. This is the first time I'm starting to see momentum attempt to pick up right here, because it wasn't exhibiting that before. The only thing I'm looking at with that is right here, between these two right here. You can see how neither one of them were actually turning up. They were both going down as price is trying to push up. They're still just being lazy. They weren't even in numerical form. This is the fastest one right here. It finally flipped up. This one finally flipped up. This one, so price will meet that top side of that range that it's been in. That's about all it implies to me. And like I said, if it does break out, it could be some sort of a swing out of here and then a fail where it goes up and then it does something like that. That could be what happens. But this is the first time it started to get any sort of additional momentum in here. No breakup from Dash. Rejection at that channel. I know you can't see it. But like I said, it looks trashy on the weekly. Anyway, it's absolutely horrible. Hey, let me know when you plug my car. I still lost it. Looks terrible though. Looks terrible. I, the sideways is killing me, and I'm about to go because the sideways. There's nothing else to say here. Just I think I've said it all a while ago. Just repeating it. It's terrible. Well, not Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't look terrible. Bitcoin looks pretty decent. It's pretty decent. It's like a bass drop though. Bass drop. Bass drop. I got pump. Was it pump or was it Aster? Aster. Dash. All right, I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm seriously gone this time. Bitcoin isn't doing anything. It's been in here for 12 hours, so it's not going to do anything. Maybe once market open, like I said, you probably see like a fake move out. Could potentially see that fake move out. I see the resistance right here. That'll be the first point that it would have to battle with, and then this is the last one right here. Outside of this right here, potentially maybe, but it looks like it will reject. I'll be looking for a swing fail, something like that outside of this zone. It looks like it is a base drop though. That's what I would say. I'll be looking for prices to come back down, maybe filling that CME gap. Good place to consider consider the possibility of a long position. What do you look like here? I don't have it on over here. Let me go back. Just want to see. It's very damn green. Hmm. Hmm. Some 4 hour range. This actually starts from down here, which brings us back into that gap fill, a potential liquidity sweep there and a push up. I'm just not seeing it versus how I have it. It would be that sweep right here into that gap sweep. So I think that was like the golden pocket, right? No, golden pocket is down here. So a good breakdown. Golden pocket is here. Hold on. Just wanted to make sure those numbers were the same. That is the 4 hour range. And that resistance did drop in a little bit. Gold got a little reaction off of that that move there. A little bit of a reaction. Dominance is pushing up on Bitcoin. I'm about to drop this line right here so you can see what support stop coming in at on the 15-minute. Support stops coming in right here around 106, 159. That's where it stops coming in here. On a 1 hour chart, it stopped coming in all the way down here at 105, 3. And then, of course, for the 4 hour, it's going to be where that golden pocket is sitting at. And that's where support stops coming in on the 4 hour time frame. So that is going to be important. Again, that retracement into here, that's where the support ends at for Bitcoin too. With that gap fill, it would be this golden pocket. It's not this 786. It's below the squeeze point as well. You will be losing what was resistance. I wanted to see it flip to support. If it does do something like that, but this puts you under everything right here, the golden pocket. Maybe a wick, but yeah, I wouldn't like it below here. I would only want to trade it if it broke and reclaimed here. Then yeah. Continues to be a point of interest. SPY has a gap. It'll probably gap back down. I'm just looking at SPY to 15-minute. This after hours. Oh yeah. Look at the SPY. Come back in and fill that gap with that squeeze. Spider. You know, it don't be having no volume. No volume whatsoever. I'm gonna be doing this. Maybe they choose differently. It looks like it would come back in here though. What it looks like. The spider does come back in here, filling this gap, and it holds in here still. That's just a correction from you know, this correction from this after hours pump or pre-market open, whichever. And then it has potential to continue up, which would be sweet if it did something like that. If it did something like that. Filling in the little gap in here. I really just want to see it hold in here. Push out. That would be great. See how that goes. All right, Bitcoin is on that level of support. Again, it did move a little bit in here. So below this point right here, below where it previously was, and it'll be underneath that support level. Since the market is preparing to open, if I don't really think that there's a heavy correlation between SPY and Bitcoin. Some people seem to think so. If it is, and SPY is going to fill in that gap, then I would expect for Bitcoin to. It's nothing confirmed in here just yet, but this is rising in here. But nothing is confirmed off of that just yet. And they both have this, lack of volatility right in here right now. Same area. Mass like yeah, oh, never mind. Mind to that. The VIX apparently is dropping fast. They may not even updated this. Did anybody see that stimulus check? $2,000 stimulus check being imposed. May have passed. I don't know. Government shutdown may be ending this week. Maybe today, who knows? That's what Trump says, who knows? Fears at 25. Altcoin season is 29. Average crypto RSI 57. While I'm here and the market is absolutely dead boring, dead boring, and I'm just, I don't know, I'm like an off and on switch right now. I'm just gonna have to start getting to the facts and just calling it a day. But I do like to see things play out to see if we would actually get that move down there. Once the market opens, though, we won't be anywhere close to it. To see if that entry is gonna play out, I'm just gonna have to post it. I need to do some digging around anyway. But this, yeah, like I said, if everything really points to getting that little bit of a correction. See if I'm gonna have to extend this a little bit. Might. There's no actual pivot in here, not yet. Other than coming down here, there's nothing in here. It is holding above the 50. It's also, yeah, it's holding above the 50 there. I think this is just a 21 SMA, like in here. It might be all that is. 21 SMA right there. This stays where it is, 7. Oh, 1 minute. What does that look like? Okay, also the 26 EMA, which, you already know that though that correlates with the Bollinger most of the time. More often than not, 26 EMA is going to align with the 20 SMA. Which is another reason why I prefer it over 50. Over 20, I'm sorry. Over 20. Over 20 EMA. 26. Market is open. Holding still right now. S&P decided it's not. Hold on, this 1 hour is in the trap. This 15-minute. So what SPY is looking like at the moment here on this 15-minute time frame, pushing up into that SD2 there. I did notice that here on the 1 hour is actually inside, inside the trap. After I got this gap up above SD1 there, so it's in the trap over here. But it's just hitting that here on the 15-minute. Bitcoin. Trying to determine. $105,800 is relative weakness. hasn't confirmed yet. But like I said, it's bearish when it's doing that. Well, it leans bearish when it does that. Spider's still holding up. ETH is still holding up. It's hard to get a handle on this one. We have to keep working at it. Still holding. Maybe if I had done that, then I would have seen that. Meta filled in that gap. Back testing in here now. Let's see how it does. If it wants to hold it, if it's going to break through it. It may still want to come down here for 600. I'm really hoping not. Trying to, yeah, I'm really hoping not. Back test there. Eesh. That's the display. Just saying to myself, had I looked down here, I would have seen that deviation right there for some sort of a pushback in. I didn't. It doesn't mean that it can't stop out of here though. And come down, but right now it's like that is not what's happening. It's not what's happening. Go a little bit more of a cool off as we were looking at earlier. Bitcoin. It actually hasn't hit relative weakness yet. I thought that it probably was going to. Let's see. Do I have that in here? I don't even have that in here. It's there now. 1057. Yeah. So 105,782. Looks like that was the marker. 105,782. So somewhere around 105.3 could potentially be like a little bit of support. I still say we come in and look for that gap fill or something. Look for that golden pocket retracement. Interesting. Yeah, SPY is pumping through that. No gap fill just yet on the SPY. It is actually pushing. Interesting. Bitcoin didn't try to take that little low just yet, which is cool. Nvidia is back up here at the $200 marker right here. It gets through. No, not the two. This is the 195. So it's back at the 195. It gets to the 195. 200 would be the next target. And that's what this is. Just back to the two. Additional interest is higher. But right now, I know that this is one of interest next. It's 200. Robinhood. Yay. I'm happy to be in the hood now. So it did move back above that 136 level in here. Great. Potentially it comes up here and does this 155. I have to do it with a bear div. If it does something like that, it would probably be with a bear div. But I'm happy on that. So 145, 150, 155 to the upside. If it takes out this point right here, then I'll actually drop this. And no, I'm probably not gonna. I wasn't gonna take an entry here anyway. I took the entry here at 125. Yeah, at 125. I wouldn't take an entry here. I would have to take something down here, like 100. $110. Ooh, baby. Netflix. Netflix finally, once again, back above. Let's slide this out a little bit here. Back above it. This was the one I highlighted on Friday. Potential bounce away from this zone in here. And it could have hit anywhere in here, to be honest. Let's see if we hold resistance here. It's 250.50. Once we lose this right here, then we're likely to come down and do that golden pocket thing that I talked about. So I'm gonna leave it at that. So below 105 300, you start to break on that 1 hour time frame. You broke already here on the 15 minute, and that was right here, and that was the break here on the 15 minute. Here, that candle. This is the one for the 1 hour again, and then that breaks. Then let me look in here. Looking for the gap to get filled here from the weekend. Looking for this to hold because below here, like I said, you'd be under, be shifting some things around on the 4 hour time frame. So this is the line in the sand on the 4 hour time frame here. So just remember that. When we start to lose that, then could put us back under our squeeze level. Could put us back under there. We don't want that. We want to stay above. Let's stay above that. This isn't perfect, and it's going to look a little rougher on the 15 minute than it does on the 1 hour time frame. Just a little bit rougher. Learning something new. Hope it's still hot. Thank you. Look, Bitcoin didn't care nothing about this little level right here on that 1 hour. It's interesting, at least so far. See, about 6 minutes to go. Just kind of try to reclaim back above it. If not, like I said, 618. At least it's not 12 more hours. Well, how many hours it was in here? 7 more hours of that. That was painful. Ethereum coming back down. Solana, of course. SPY coming back in after getting that little push out, but it did fire off the same signal right here. See how it was up above that purple? It did fire it off right there too. But it's not doing anything like it did on that push up. Got a bounce. We got a bounce. That's good. I need that bounce. Cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna look back at this later on in the week and see. I'm not playing Google at all. I just want to test out how this, how this information actually, how legit it could possibly be. Let's see. That determine whether or not I want to stick around with this thing or not. AMD, huh? Yeah, Bitcoin didn't care about that. Oh boy. Oh, I did notice here on, it actually happened right here where it flipped white, right here, below this point right here. You can drop below the accelerated. Sometimes I'll turn that one on. A lot of times I just don't like to. But it's that one that gives the impulsive moves, impulsive candles, like that one. Like that one. And it gave it, I didn't get impulsive right here, so that's good. But this one, it usually does put out like some sort of impulsive move when it crosses that one. I won't know that because I don't have it on. Mm. And that happened to be the first time it actually, you can see, it was the first time it actually flipped this one right here to the downside because it wasn't touching it here. It wasn't getting up to it. And then this is the point that it actually broke above it and then flipped back down it. But that was that first resistance in here. That did dropped a little bit. I think it's safe to say that this is going to continue to move down, break down to that golden pocket. The cloud is still rising. Like I said, I couldn't really confirm it. I didn't want to confirm it. All I can say is that I know it's typically bearish when it starts doing that. But yeah, if you're looking for the move into the golden pocket, see if we can't hold there. I am going to be out right about now, but that's what you'd be looking for, that move down to the golden pocket to fill in the CME gap. And you can watch for price action to stay in the trap, so you know what that is already when we use the Bollinger Bands. On that squeeze we just got, or that lack of volatility, the trap is staying underneath SD2 and not above. Well, not getting above SD1 here. So you just be looking for price to stay in here on any move down. Once you see this start to, let's see what's a good example for reversal on it after staying inside. This is somewhat, but you would be looking for like right here. Where it stayed in. Well, it stayed in right here. This is probably about as close as I'm gonna get to it right now. So stay in the trap right here. This is a bigger spread though. This is actually ballooned out, like it's, yeah, it's V-shaped here. Discrepancy right there. But it V-shaped out. So this is stay in the trap. This is where this starts to flatten out at 2, and you're coming back up to 2. So you would just be looking for however big the spread is, it'll likely get back to the 20 SMA. It could reject there and then continue down. If If it doesn't do that, then you'd be looking for. But yeah, typically, this will start to turn back into this one will start to turn back in. Or no, this one, since it's at the lows, this will start to turn down. If it's starting to cool off with the move to the downside, it'll start to turn down. Just like over here, again, how it turned up in here. This is how you can tell it's starting to cool off a little bit when it turns up like this after creating that V shape. It's after it creates the V shape though. After it creates the V shape, then it starts to turn in. From that, you can identify that volatility is starting to cool off.
Well, the spreadsheet has blank. I don't see anyone. I was on call last week, so I don't know who is after me. Not anymore.
That's what I would watch. Kind of help you find some sort of confirmation what's happening. It can typically be once it comes back up above this point right here. If you start to see any changes up here with the top side, then it might be cooling off in the sell off. It's usually once it comes back up SD2, just like over here. Once it came back inside, closed inside of it like that, then you can see how it turned up. So it starts to cool, possibly walk sideways or something like that. I know when it does this, it's supposed to be red on the bottom. I know when it does this green, it has an inconsistency, a discrepancy with the move down. Whenever it flips to a green, it doesn't stay red. That happens. Just like over here, it was showing
Yeah,
how
but
bullish it was. It got a discrepancy right here with this red one instead of it being green. And it started to cool off a little bit right there. So if that holds, then that's what it could be. A little bit of an overshoot, maybe. But since this didn't hold as anything, it might act as resistance, and then you just continue this down. Okay. But you want to see it closing back inside of here. And then see how this is already trying to respond a little bit. You want to see this closing back above SD2.
Ugh.
Go, let it go. Yep, that's it. That's gonna do it for me. Yeah, just watch for price action to see if it's gonna stay within the trap. It has to close back above here. It has to close back above the SD2. Maybe that'll start to slow off any other sell off with the discrepancy that is showing in here on this push down. Unless this flips back to red, and I know you won't see that. That's why I'm saying to you, just your SD1 and SD2. If price starts to stay in here, then I wouldn't be looking to, yeah, if it starts to stay in here, then likely it is coming down into the golden pocket. That's what I would say anyway, because it didn't hold right here. And unless it's reclaiming this right here and managing to push back up here towards this 107, then I don't see a reason to not think that it's going to come down here to the golden pocket region for Bitcoin. That's just what I would speculate on, and then I would look to see how it holds in here. This is what you would want it to hold on the pushback down, and not break momentum here to the downside. That would be, like I said, the 4 hour um, momentum will start to go to crap if it does break in here. It does. I don't think that there was anything for me to see in here. Yeah. So maybe it does something like that. Or it just stays inside of here. It's coming down inside of it till it finally hits that spot down there. That's it. And if you don't have, I know that there's one on here. I think the name of it is For Loco. Otherwise, you can just slap on to I think the EMAs might work the same way in a sense between the 5 and 10. I think I think that might be right. Not clean like it would be. Not the same, but yeah, not the same. All right, love you. Gotta go. I'll update you.